of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I salute the flag of the state of New Mexico, and the symbol of perfect friendship among the United States.
Recording in progress.
Meeting was called to order at 5:31 p.m. Roll call, please.
Dr. Guyer Shambo,
Here.
Emily Hunt Daly,
Here.
Robert Hayes,
Here.
Richard Jones,
I'm here.
Ron Ortiz.
There's a quorum. Adoption of agenda is, are there any changes? If so, what?
No, sir. We do not have any changes at this time.
Mr. President, can I voice an objection to the agenda? Is that possible?
Well, it depends. Do you want to do a change to the agenda? Or you
Yes.
just- Okay.
I still think that, I personally think that I'm not prepared to rediscuss the organizational chart. That we still need, there's a lot of information that we still need to gather. And I think as being on the finance committee, that some of those questions or what's on the agenda, we can receive answers for. But right now, I just don't think that ready to do that, so I would like to postpone that.
You're asking to change to delete the action item under
9,
number,
is it, no, 11,
what number is it, Lorraine?
instruction of the
Wait a
administration.
minute, hold on. So there's an emotion to amend the agenda. Is there a second to that motion to amend the agenda to delete? Restructuring of the administration.
Item 11.
It's 11.
Second.
Second. Motion has been made to amend and seconded by Bob Hayes. Discussion?
Just need a little more time, Mr. President.
I'm okay, wherever the board goes, I'm with it.
Yeah, I just like an explanation why.
Can't hear you.
I would just like an explanation. I don't understand. I know we got students coming before our next board meeting. I don't,
Nation as to why. Is that what he said, Mr.
Yes.
Hayes?
yes, sir.
Okay, Mr. Jones, can you hear me?
I can.
You can't hear him.
Yes, I can hear you.
We can't hear you, though.
We're having a hard time hearing you.
I'm not muted. I don't know what to tell you. Turning me up, I guess.
Going deaf. You want me to address him, Mr. President?
I just want an explanation why.
Mr. Jones, my reason for wishing to postpone the discussion of the restructuring is that at this point, I still feel like we don't have enough answers as to why the restructuring was taking place. Plus, it would give Mr. Hayes and myself an opportunity to meet with the finance committee so that we can be notified or presented with information regarding that, the restructuring. And so I feel like I'm just not well prepared. I don't have answers to a lot of the questions I have, and maybe we'll get those from the finance committee.
Can you hear me now?
Barely, can you hear me?
I can hear you, yes. So you two can't meet with the finance committee other than in a board meeting because that would make a quorum. This conversation that you're trying to not have is that conversation that you get more information out of. We do have a school starting before our next board meeting. I don't understand why you wouldn't want to have the conversation. You have two board members that we're going to have this conversation with that are on the finance committee. This is the opportunity to get your answers, is the way I understand it. I mean, why would we want to start school without administrative structure in place?
I guess, Mr. Jones, I still feel that there's information that we would be apprised of at the finance meeting regarding expenditures, budget, so forth, and just providing Mr. Hayes and myself the opportunity to seek and gather information that would make our understanding of the present problems.
Yes, you got.
Okay,
Can you hear me better this way?
yes.
Okay, I understand what you're saying, Ms. Hunt, but that's what this conversation is for. You understand? The two people on the finance committee will be in this conversation. I don't understand why you would want to lead a conversation or that it should answer all the questions that you're asking right there. Do I make sense? I mean, maybe I'm wrong here, but why would you want to not have the conversation to have the conversation? That doesn't make sense to me.
Mr. Hayes, your thoughts?
I just want a couple of weeks. That's all I'm asking.
Mr. Hayes requests a bit more time to deliberate.
Okay, but Robert, you understand that school starts between now and those couple of weeks.
Agreed. Understood.
Mr. Weiner, is there any difficulty in our delay on this for one more board meeting?
We just are working to fill the positions.
Which
and
positions?
We have some HR journalists that we would like to get on board so we can get people staffed. We have a director position as well as the coordinator of federal programs and Indian education. NCT,
And what?
Career Technical Ed.
So we have two board members requesting a delay to amend the agenda to delete the restructuring item.
I call for a vote.
Call for the vote.
So we're voting to postpone.
Yes, voting to amend the motion to delete
Okay, yes. So
item X1, restructuring of the administration.
Dr. Guyer Shambo,
No.
Lyman Hunt Daly,
yes.
Robert Hayes,
Yes.
Richard Jones,
Nay.
Ron Ortiz.
You know, I don't mind having the conversation, so I'm gonna vote no.
That's what we're here for.
Motion has been defeated. The motion is returning back to the original motion, which was to approve the agenda as presented. Is there a motion to that effect?
So move, Mr. President.
So moved by Mr. Bob Hayes. Is there a second? Seconded by Ron Ortiz to approve the agenda as presented. Roll call.
Dr. Garashambo,
Yes?
Emily Hunt Daly,
Nay.
Robert Hayes.
Yes.
Richard Jones,
Aye.
Motion carries.
Ron Ortiz.
Yes.
Oh, excuse me, I apologize.
No problem.
Alphabetical order. Oh,
Oh,
Okay.
motion carries. Adoption of minutes. Mr. Widener?
At this time, it's my honor.
One moment.
Minutes.
Oh, no, I recommend to accept the minutes as written.
Okay, there is a slight correction I'd like to make. It's on page, page 5. I will delete the action saying President Guy Archambault asked for a motion to reconvene. It's just a repeat of a previous motion on page 4. So that's the amendment.
Should move that.
Yeah. Is there a motion to approve the amended minutes?
I'll move to approve the minutes with amendments.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Bob Hayes to approve the minutes as amended. Roll call.
Dr. Garashambo,
Yes.
Emily Hunt Daly,
Yes.
Robert Hayes,
Yes.
Richard Jones,
Aye.
Ron Ortiz.
Yes.
Motion carries. Minutes have been adopted as amended. Recognitions.
Now at this time. It is truly an honor to recognize somebody who has been an outstanding teacher in our district for more than 25 years. Somebody who has impacted the lives of students. Tonight's recognition is a wonderful teacher who started his career at Los Alamitos Middle School in 1998 with the district. He was at Los Alamitos for 7 years. He transferred in 2005 to Blue Water Elementary, where he is a leader. He impacts the lives of kids. He works with families. He works very closely with our principal to make sure that good things are happening at Blue Water. And he also works alongside his wonderful wife, Jolie. Tonight, it's my honor to present this award to Mr. Darren Simpson.
Thank you, guys. Look forward to working with you some more years.
All right.
Absolutely. Another 20. Mr. Simpson, we need to do a photo op.
Bring your mom with you.
Where's your mom?
And Jolie.
Over there, up front.
But we still got, come on, Jeff. You might as well get everybody.
Get closer.
Mr. Simpson, would you be so kind as to have you stand in the middle there? So we can take a photo someplace, or wherever.
So this is my daughter. She's going to school at Texas A&M. She's actually just,
Good job.
An Aggie.
yeah, PhD. So you can see it as everyone else.
One more. Can we get close? 6. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Okay.
And then take one with just our family.
Okay, yes, absolutely. Thank you so much. Congratulations.
Board members, any words of appreciation for?
Can y'all hear me?
Yes, we can.
Darren, I'm sorry I'm out there with you, and all you guys are. I've literally known Darren Simpson my whole life. And yeah, what a great human being and a good guy and a great teacher, and we're lucky to have him. Way to go, Darren.
Thank you.
Where are you at right now?
I'm in Kansas City, Missouri.
Kansas City, Missouri. Okay, all the way from Kansas City.
That's right.
Okay, anything else, Bob?
Echoing the same sentiments. Mr. Simpson, we're glad that you're here. I'm still coming up on my first year, but I'm glad to see the recognition of all the employees that we have, something that sometimes is lacking. You know, folks are taken for granted sometimes. We really do appreciate you and all the other ones that we've noted over the past few years.
Thank you.
Same thing here. It's always good to have those years of service top past 5 or 10 that it tells us as a board that you really enjoy what you're doing and that you've got the support of a good family. And I'm pretty sure the support of your students as well. It's just great to just don't go anywhere, just stay here.
Stay with us.
Yeah, I'm sure your mother will give you all the support that you need and guidance.
Oh, yeah, he does.
Yeah, thank you very much.
I've known the Simpsons for years. His dad was probably one of my best friends. He was my dad's best friend also. And I've known the Simpsons, like I said, and they're great people. I agree with Mr. Jones on his comments. Darren, thank you for what you do for our district and for being an example to our community.
Thank you.
You're a good man. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you very much. It's phenomenal. With that, you are now honored, and you can stay for the rest of the board meeting.
It'll be a long one.
We will continue on to the next agenda item, and go ahead if you so desire. Citizens to address the board, Mr. Weidner.
We do not have any citizens to address the board.
Okay. Presentations, A, meet the assistant principals.
At this time, it's my honor to introduce our new assistant principals. As you know, we've been working to get fully staffed. We're trying to make sure that we have the right people in the right roles. As of today, we have 4 new assistant principals. The other one just onboarded today, so he's not here. We'll bring him to our next meeting. But it's my honor to introduce these 3 assistant principals that are serving in different capacity, in different roles at different schools. I'll start with Mr. Jaramillo. Mr. Jaramillo is the new assistant principal at Grants High School. It's my honor to introduce Miss Vanessa Marquez, who is the new assistant principal at Mount Taylor Elementary School. And it's also my honor to introduce Danielle Lovesey, who is the assistant principal at Milan Elementary School. And I promise you could say a few words if you'd
Please,
like.
don't be bashful. You talk about Jaramillo.
Just thankful for the opportunity to join Grants High School and offer my help in any way and contribute to the success of Grants High School.
All right.
Thank you.
So I'm super grateful for this opportunity. I feel in my classroom I was able to impact like 20 kids, and I'm looking forward to being able to impact more of the whole school and just put forth that positive energy and get our school where it needs to be. So I came from counselor's role, and so now I'm shifting gears a little bit, but I'm excited to see what I can do and how I can help our staff and our students this year.
Thank you. Assistant principals are essential and to share the responsibility and the challenges of leadership at the building. You guys are gonna be moving fast. Hope you get your tennis shoes on a lot because I'm sure that you're gonna be down that hallway all the time. And it's really great. I'm glad you are going to pursue your professional career in this direction. Leadership is important. And we appreciate all of those who take up that challenge and do well. Thank you very much. B, end of year data attendance, Mr. Weiner.
At this time, I'm going to turn the floor over to Dr. Delton Martin. Dr. Martin will be presenting our NMASA data, our end of year data, our attendance data, and the information that we had planned for this agenda.
Mr. President, members of the board, Mr. Weiner. I first want to thank Jean Dennis, our new data and testing coordinator, for putting this report together. We looked at the agenda from last meeting and we tried our best to put everything that was requested on for this particular presentation. The only thing that's missing is graduation rates, because graduation rates usually come out late in the year. So they don't come out that early, so it will be impossible for us to compare last school year's graduation rate to this previous year's graduation rate. So we'll report on NMASA ASR assessment and assessment results and attendance and absenteeism summaries. The first it will be NMASA and ASR summary for 21-22 and 22-23. Just a comparison of the two school years. So our overall results for ELA increased from 26.6% to 30.7%. Our math overall performance decreased from 19% to 18.2%. By the percentages, I mean proficiency rate. So those students who scored proficient or advanced. And for science, our proficiency increased from 24.7 and to 27%. So the assessment, the same assessment disaggregated by school site, you will see for this is for ELA. We have a few of our schools increase in proficiency, and some of them like Milan, Cebolleta, and Milan and Cebolleta are increasing proficiency. So Blue Water increased from 52.2 to 65.9, and you see the percentage of increases for each of these classes. This is for ELA, and for math.
Before you go on, which, I'm looking in my packet, and yeah, we don't have that. No, we don't have those graphs.
See math now.
Yeah,
It's in there.
this is ELA.
I know, that was next, I'm
Okay,
Let's hold on a
Let me slow
second.
down a little bit.
Yeah, let's make sure we got, oh, where are you going? We bored him, I'm just kidding.
I see the New Mexico ELA assessment, but it's not anything like you have up there. Are we looking by tribal affiliation or? Looks like all the same.
Because I printed the one that you said to,
I'll print it for you, you send an email to me, I'll run you the copy.
I think it's all here, I'm just not sure which order it's in.
Right.
I have the order.
Okay.
I know what you mean. I looked at it.
did I?
Yeah, okay, take the other thing off. I've got the page numbers enumerated on there. Yeah, they're so similar, the way they look,
They have the same color.
and the colors and bars. And so then you have to really look at it. What he'll do is he'll take the one that you gave me, and what I did was I sequenced, I put the numbers on.
Yeah, so
So
they're not in here.
let's just use the ones that I got, that way we'll all have the same sequence.
That's fine, I'm like, sure it's
Our
here.
board on the.
You should have.
Yeah, it's in the board packet, that's where I got that
My
from.
board packet.
So if you had the email given your computer, it's one of the hardest things to do, especially you have about 45 pages or so.
I don't have.
A little break here. Richard, we're gonna take about 5 minutes. Make sure I got him.
I didn't get it.
No, he's still here. Okay, yeah, we're trying to look at the test data.
Yeah, and I can hear you guys good, I can't hear Dr. Mark very well.
Yeah.
But I have all the sheets, I got the email printed
Right,
out.
if you, guys, if you had your computer, you would be able to have the right sequence, but don't worry about it, we're good. I know.
I have my computer right here, but I still can't get into it.
The first one is ELA. Let's double check, okay? It's ELA 2021, 2022. And it's by schools,
It's a comparison of 21,
right?
22, and 22, 23 by school.
So the first one is 52% and 65%. Okay, we got it.
Well, I don't have.
So that's what he's gonna print off for you and for.
Where is it in our board documents?
It's in the packet. You have to open the packet.
Okay, that's what I'm trying to open, but I don't have a packet. I've got, is it under the board? Agenda, oh, so you have to go to the agenda. Right here, oh, that's the link. I don't know if I have an email. Check out Gmail. Okay, so I have to type in that one again?
You know,
Okay.
should have been sent by.
It's in the, it's in the,
Let me just send it to her again.
yeah,
I've got it. Let's see, budget. We're right here.
They're like the little nerd that was looking at the TV.
You can come sit up here. I'll switch seats with you.
don't turn the channel.
We already discussed that?
Yes, scroll down.
Well, I want to discuss it again because I didn't hear it the first time.
Okay.
Okay, just hold on, yeah, yours is there. Yours is listed. Okay,
Can we restart since we didn't?
yeah. We can
have that
repeat.
document?
Mr. Ortiz, did you want another copy? Yes, I have them printed. I'll be right back with that.
Okay.
Need level?
Mr. Jones, you have yours?
Yeah, he said he did.
So please move on, Mr. Chairman.
Let's wait for,
No, can you
Mr.
start from
Ortiz to
the
have one.
beginning?
Yeah.
Okay, please.
I'll do that.
rewind. My page numbers are in circles.
Oh, I thought that was the at sign.
I know.
Yeah.
Okay. Dr. Martin, why don't we restart? Richard, we're gonna get started again.
Members of the board, let me go,
Yeah, whenever you're ready, I'm here.
Okay. Let me go ahead and start from the beginning. So, this report is about, the results of, NMASA and ASR for the past 2 years, 2021, 2022, and 2022, 2023, in comparison. And also, attendance and absenteeism summary for those 2 years, comparing those two school years. So the first graph that you see in front of you is a summary of the results for NMASA district-wide. This is showing ELA, math, and science. The first two columns right there shows you the results for ELA for 2021, 2022, and 2022, 2023. And so the following columns will do the same. So in ELA, we had a 4.1% increase in student proficiency. In math, we have a 0.8 decrease in student proficiency. In science, we have a 3.3% increase, 2.3% increase in proficiency. Sorry about that. Moving forward, this graph shows you the data segregated by school set. So this is for ELA. All of the schools except for Milan and Cebolleta actually had an increase in proficiency for ELA. The greatest increase among them would be Milan. Okay, so Milan decreased from 35.9 to 32.9, and Cebolleta decreased from 43.8 to 32 in English proficiency. ELA proficiency. The next graph.
Wait, hold on, the
Yes.
one on Blue Water, the reason it's small is because it has that number of students.
Yes.
And where's, so Lambs increased by just what?
Lambs increased by just 1.2%, 2.2%. Milan decreased by 3%.
So we had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And 6, 5.5, the increase, even though it's by a slight margin.
Continue.
The next one will be the results for math, the 2 school years in comparison. Again, Milan and Ceboleta
We don't,
and Lance.
can you, hold on, we don't have the names of the schools. The first one is what?
I think you're gonna want the same as the last one, Blue Water.
Just like it is.
Well, I see what happened. It didn't print off the bottom.
So these are the
Portion.
same ones that go across?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
So, so 1 and 2 will be Blue Water, 2 and 3, or 4 and 5 are, the,
Cubero, yeah. So
and,
Blue Water, Cubero, Mesa View, Milan, Mount Taylor, Centerville, Ceboleta, Lance, and Laguna Comapitos.
that's for math.
Ceboleta, Lambs, and what?
Lance and Laguna Comapitos. The last one is Laguna Comapitos. So, from the graphs, you'll see, the proficiencies of Milan, Ceboleta, and Lambs are the ones that went down.
This is what I'm looking at right here. This one, see, this is that, this one. Here.
The rest of the school's proficiency actually.
Okay, hold on a second. Let's see if we can expand this.
Oh, that's what I was trying to do.
Inside now.
We're
No,
getting
no,
smaller.
I know.
Right. No. Yeah. That's about as far as you can
Okay.
go. Okay, Blue Water.
So,
Barrel,
just expanding the,
Neil, Mont Taylor, San Rafael. San Rafael, Lambs.
Richard, we're looking at the math by school.
You want me to do the percentages?
I'm following along, I'm seeing them.
Okay.
But I'm seeing them.
Yeah,
Okay.
The one I'm looking at, no, it doesn't, it cuts off
yeah, just look at the screen though.
Yeah.
Laguna Middle School, okay.
Let me go ahead and go over each of the school sites one at
Yes,
one at a
please.
time. Blue Water's proficiency increased from 43.5 to 52.3. Cubero's proficiency increased from 24.8 to 34.8. Mesa View's proficiency increased from 18.1 to 21.1. Milan's proficiency decreased from 27.4 to 15.4. Mount Taylor's proficiency increased from
Yep, I did
15.7
it all.
to 21.5. San Rafael's proficiency increased from 23.3 to 28.6. Ceboleta's proficiency decreased from 25% to 16.7%. Laguna Acoma Middle Schools, or Los Alamitos Middle School's proficiency decreased from 13.5% to 7.7%. And Laguna Acoma Middle School's proficiency increased from 2.6% to 9.4%.
The only increase is, or decrease. So how many increased and how many decreased?
6 schools increased, 3 decreased.
6. And how many decreased?
3,
That was for math.
this is in that.
So the 15 and 16.
Let's go on to the next one.
This is in science. The next graph will be on science. Blue Water Elementary decreased from 63.6% to 50%. Tubero Elementary increased from 16.7% to 40.7%. Mesa View decreased from 19.7 to 19.2%. Milan decreased from 38.2 to 18.9%. Taylor increased from 20.3 to 22.2%. San Rafael increased from 28.6 to 50%. Cebolleta decreased from 25% to 16.7%. Los Alamitos Middle School decreased from 25% to 17.4%. Laguna Acoma Middle School increased from 10.3% to 26.7%. Laguna Acoma High School increased from 13.5% to 26.3%. And Grants High School increased from 25.2% to 38.3%. Oh, there's one more, Early College High School also increased from 72.7% to 85.7%. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 schools increase, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 schools increase.
Next.
So next is the result of NMASA ASR by grade level. So this is ELA. Third grade increased from 25.4 to 33.8%. Fourth grade decreased from 34.4 to 33.6%. Fifth grade went from 30.7 to 37.6%. That's an increase. Sixth grade increased from 31.8 to 34.6. Seventh grade increased from 17.2 to 22.7. And eighth grade increased from 20.3 to 21.3%.
No decreases. One,
There's one
which is
fourth grade level that decreased. The next one is math
Math fourth by grade level, okay.
by grade level. So looking at the graphs, all grade levels decreased except for grade 5. So third grade decreased from 12.8 to 12.2%. Fourth grade decreased from 17.4 to 11.5%. Fifth grade increased from 25.6 to 39.4. Sixth grade decreased from 33.6 to 30%. Seventh grade decreased from 13.4 to 4.7%. And eighth grade decreased from 12% to 6.9%. The greatest decreases are in seventh and eighth grade. Only fifth grade.
This is an obvious question. What's the difference between the first one that showed decreases, the MASA ASR, and then now we're going to readiness with the 2021 to 2023?
They're basically the same data. Now, the other one I presented beforehand was per school site. And then this one is now per grade level. So, yes.
All fourth grade, all fifth grade,
All
all.
fourth grade in the district, all sixth grade, fifth grade, sixth grade. So this is all students in this particular grade levels.
So have you calculated an overall average or percentage for, I know this is by grade level, but by elementary, and then middle school, and then high school? Would you be able to do that, or?
The very first slide is the one that shows how much is, yeah, now with the district overall, the very first slide, if I can,
I'm looking at this. It doesn't show, it says ELA, math and science.
this is the very first slide. This is the district-wide results.
Which one is this?
I'm not just seeing it.
There's ELA, math and science.
Right there, yeah. This is the ELA, math and science.
And that's by school or district, you're saying?
This is district-wide, so this is like the average of all test results for the district.
But what I'm,
And then there's one for each for that.
okay, and the question I'm asking is the difference between, not the difference, but a percentage of the elementary schools that are proficient versus or not proficient. And then I don't know if you keep separate results for middle school, because we do have LAMS and then Acoma,
Oh, that-
and
that
then
can
for
be
high
done,
school,
for sure.
yeah. Because when looking at this as a whole, I think it's also important to pinpoint which, if it's, because those grades, elementary grades move up to the middle school grades. And if we're not doing a good job here, then when they get to middle school, it's the work is double because they weren't even proficient when they came. So I'm looking at from feeder school, GCCS as a whole, elementary, are they doing a good job? Okay, then they move up to middle school, and then all of a sudden, they were proficient till they got to middle school, and then they went downhill. Okay, so that tells me something, okay, somebody at middle school is dropping the ball, 'cause they're instead of increasing because they were proficient when they first got them, now they're also not proficient. Then we get to high school, and I guess it's a 50-50 chance whether or not they're gonna be proficient. If they didn't learn anything in middle school, they're not gonna be proficient in high school. And so it's just looking, I'd like to see that data, so that would show me. Because as a teacher, I ask my elementary teachers, well, if you taught them all nouns and pronouns and all this stuff, how come when I got them, they didn't know what a noun was? Or, so that kind of data is important for me anyway, to assess whether who's doing a good job or not. And sometimes we have to look at feeder schools. At the other school I was, we had a terrible feeder school. And so all of a sudden, then our scores started going up. I said, wow, that meant we had good staff doing the job they were supposed to. They were slowly increasing it, but at least they weren't decreasing it for lack of instruction. So maybe if you could provide.
Well, let's take our time to figure out how to analyze this data and what other information do we need? Because it's difficult to arrive at conclusions. You end up speculating. So there are different ways in which we can examine the data. We could have done growth analyses. We could have done with a student, how did this student do this year compared to last year's year? That's a growth model. This one takes a snapshot of two different sets of kids. Kids who were fourth grade last year compared to kids who were fourth grade this year. That's what this does. There's still a lot. This may be one of the, it's really high. You're looking at it from 30,000 feet. And what teachers and principals do is they will drill down deeper to figure out what data will be useful for them in making instructional decisions. They will not so much use this, they will drill down deeper to look at students. And that requires us to look at it differently. We can look at other correlations, but let's continue on. We are at math assessment, now we're at science readiness.
So, this is the result, this is comparison for the 2 school years for science. only 3 grade levels actually test science.
Yes.
Fifth grade, 8th grade, and 11th grade. Both 5th and 8th grade went down in proficiency, and 11th grade went up. So 5th grade went down from 26.1% to 24.9. 8th went down from 23.3 to 18.1%, and 11th grade went up from 24.8 to 37%.
And I guess that supports what I was asking, because now we can see, okay, even though the 8th grade went down, and maybe the opinion or you would look, well, gosh, and then all of a sudden they go up, which means, to me, it means like the 11th grade teachers really put them to the, or, got the instruction down so that they increase, because chances are when you're decreasing, you're gonna keep decreasing. And I don't know if that has a lot to do with that CTE program. It's a little bit of science, a little bit of math, but
Hands-on,
yeah.
interesting.
And so they were on a downward plunge, 5th grade to 8th grade, and all of a sudden we jumped up by how much percent? What, 11%, 13%?
Can you all hear me? My concern on this, they're all abysmal. And math is really abysmal. But you realize that we're not in the green anywhere, which I know it is a nationwide trend. Proficiency is I think I changed devices, so surely you can hear me better now, right?
Yeah.
Can you hear me better?
Pick up your phone.
Okay, I am. I got you. Can you hear me there?
Yeah.
I disconnected you. Go ahead.
Okay, but we're not in the green on any of them. So, Emily, when you say we were proficient and now we're not, I haven't seen us proficient on any. Green is proficient, yellow is nearly proficient. Am I looking at this wrong, or are we in the proficient on any graph?
Each graph has a number of students who were proficient. That's the green. Then you have those who are advanced. So, and they actually are we can actually identify by how many. For instance, on science readiness, in the 5th grade, 13 were advanced.
No, I understand that. I'm talking about averages. I can read the graph. I'm just looking at the bar graph, not the numbers.
Right.
Is what I mean. I know that proficiencies it's a broad statement. Like I said, nationwide, almost nobody's in the proficient green on the bar. I guess, Mr. Martin, thanks for these. I think this is a little different accuracy
We got
than
you.
what we've been seeing.
We got you on Zoom now. We can hear you.
Okay.
That's
This data is a little different than what we've been seeing in the last year or so.
Speakers were muted. Richard and board members, that's a different way of looking at the data. This does not show averages. This actually shows the number of kids who are proficient. And then we calculate a percent. What we used to get, I think, was the average percent in years gone by. I can't remember which tests we used to have. We used to get averages, but this actually is more instructive to us, because then we can see how many kids, we can see that we've got a lot of yellows. That means there's a lot of kids who are getting there, but not quite. They could be close to it, but not there. We need more green, less red. And so what we would do is we would recognize that we would look at the scores of the kids who are coming into 5th, say into the next year, and look at this data along with other data. Which ones of these, of the ELA standards were they having most difficulty with? For one thing. Which of these students were English learners? Which of these students were students with disabilities? You parse those out, then you see those who are not. But each one of those, we would all take a look at the population of students this coming year, and each school will look at that data and will say, okay, this is who, these are the students we have. This is where we're at. This next year, we need to get them to perform at grade level. So that means we're going to continue to provide instruction that addresses that grade level expectation. And do what we need to do for those kids who need extra help. And that's where the PLCs come into play. They have to then sit down and look at the work of the students to determine exactly what it is we're gonna have to do. And here we're looking, go to the next one. Now this one's science readiness. I'm not quite familiar with this one because it's only 3, 5th, 6th, and 11th. And that doesn't really give us the whole picture of science learning throughout all grades. So I don't know how we're gonna interpret this one.
Just hope that they would incrementally point in the right direction.
Yeah.
I think it was,
Receive-
it's another test. Can you imagine us doing a science test for all grades? On top of all the testing they're already doing? That's a lot more tests, and we know what we have to do. Once you go to the next one.
Oh, before you go, 2021, 21, 22. Okay, so which one is 21, 22?
The first column. Oh, you're looking at a,
Oh,
there you go. Thank you. It says 26.1?
okay, so that's the 2021, 22?
Yep.
So are we looking better, Mr. Dr. Martin?
No, for 5th grade, we went down from 26.1 to 24.9.
That's what,
So what percent?
and then for 22, 23?
5%.
Figure out the graph.
Well, you have 114 students in 22, 23 nearing proficient. You got 47 kids who were proficient and 7 who are advanced in 22, 23 for 5th grade. The interesting thing is to find, is this test given to all 11th graders?
All 11th graders, all 5th, 8th, and 11th.
Well, I'm looking at 11th grade. Now, high school kids, they take X number of credits in science. And so that means they're not gonna, and so are we expecting that in 11th grade, they're all taking biology, chemistry, whatever it is? But not all of them are gonna be taking science in 11th grade.
They will all be taking science in the
They will?
11th grade. Yeah, so they need 3 credits of science, and so they are achieved laterally like that. So they take physical science typically their freshman year, biology their sophomore year, and chemistry their chemistry or environmental science their junior year. So they need 2 lab sciences and 1 general science.
So, see, I didn't know.
Oh,
But the thing is, they're taking the test in 11th grade. But they had science in previous grades. It doesn't mean that they retained all of the knowledge that they had from the previous
9, 10, 11.
9 and 10,
It's an
We're at-
all-encompass test.
Pardon?
It's an all-encompass test. So it tests all
Yeah.
of the science standards for the state.
That's true.
Yes.
What I'm saying is support ELA and math, the sequence of skills develops, and it's a continuous sequence. That means that the learning in fifth grade builds upon the learning in fourth and third grade. So as you improve and that's the Common Core, original Common Core standards. So when you talk about, say, like informational text and literature, we know how it sequences up. And so that means that they can rely upon the previous grades performances in ELA much more readily than they could in say, like in science in 11th grade. That's just my speculation. I'm not sure whether I'm a kid, I'm in the 11th grade, I'm gonna remember what I was taught in the previous grades in science. Of course, I was bad in science, but I'm just trying to figure out, see, what I'm doing is speculating. That's not really good. It requires you guys to go and dig into this and help us to better understand that. So we would have you all at the building levels begin to look at, why did Guy Archambault blow the test again? You know, was he goofing off during that day when he did the test? What are some of the parameters around this? What are some factors about some of these kids? Were they English learners? Were they in at-risk categories? With middle school, you got only 2 years. That's it. All our feeder schools feed into here in town, here in this area, feed into one school. And they only have 2 years to make it happen. That's a lot of burden upon both kids and teachers to try to do that. And that's what is known nationwide in New Mexico. Middle school is tough because you got 2 years, you got to get them started. And it's just one of the hardest things to do, because then you transfer over to the high school. So there has to be that dialogue between eighth grade instructors and ninth grade to see what's going on. So that dialogue would be important, very valuable when we start to look at creating the next step plans for those kids in high school. But it's the first time we've seen this kind of data, like this. So I think it's a matter of us all speculating, and we're not the professionals who are digging into this day in, day out as you guys do. So we rely on you guys to go and really look into this and help us understand, more clearly what it is that we're doing. Which of these standards are they really performing well on? And there are certain standards that they will, and there's some others that are pretty tough. We know that. Complex text. And that's unto itself, Mr. Weiner.
And the other thing too, when I'm looking, it's very true about the middle school. Something happens when they get into middle school, and this isn't just our school, it's all schools. They seem to go downward instead of upward. I don't know if it's norms or genes or whatever it is that they're experiencing. And I look at the 5th and 8th grade here, but even though it doesn't look like a lot, if you look at the 11th grade, this year they decreased the amount that were non-proficient, right? And then the increase, a little bit decrease in ones that are proficient, and then the green is proficient, or? Okay, so we've increased that number of students in the 11th grade. The green is larger now, so we've increased their proficiency. And so that's what's important about knowing where the problem areas lie. That way we can concentrate on those areas. And we might be.
Why don't we go on a little bit more and just really do a cursory overview of these, because we could be here till midnight and you'll be angry. Okay.
So this is the disaggregation by tribal affiliation for ELA. Yeah. So
It didn't print it across the bottom as well, so.
Yeah,
the first one is Apple. The next one is Laguna. The third one is Navajo. The fourth one is other tribes. The fifth one is Native Americans, and the last one is also.
Okay, go over those
This is
again.
ELA.
So this is, the first group is Acoma, second group is Laguna. Let's look for real.
No. This is OTHUR, not T.
What's that?
Number
Other,
7 is other. And then Native American is number 9, and the last one is overall.
And this particular graph is results in ELA.
okay,
So overall, as a district, we actually had a gain in proficiency for ELA, and so that explains the gain of proficiency in almost every type of application.
what was the gain overall?
The last graph,
Okay.
the last 2.5 will show you that. So 3.1. 4.1%. Next one is for math. So again, the same sequence. The first two are Acoma, the next two are Laguna. The third pair is Navajo, and then other tribes, Native Americans, and the very last one is all students. So Acoma, Laguna, and Navajo, and other tribes all have increases in math proficiency. Overall, the Native American subgroup had a 3.1% increase, but all students have a 0.8% decrease.
Math doesn't make sense, well, the local classes are down.
The other supplements, the next slides will show you the reason why.
Okay, before we go on, Native American was 3.1% increase?
Yes,
And overall, 3.1% decrease,
no, 0.8%.
0.8.
This next slide shows our science readiness by tribal affiliation. The Acoma subgroup decreased by 4.9%. Laguna increased, Navajo increased, other tribes decreased by a lot. Native Americans as a whole subgroup increased from 16.8 to 20.7. And all students increased from 24.8 to 27%. That's a 2.2% increase for all students.
This is science.
Yes. So the next few graphs will be summary by ethnicity. For ELA, the Native American students increased from 16.4% to 20.2%. Our Caucasian students remained the same, 48.1%. Our Hispanic students increased from 31.6 to 36.6%, that's a 5% increase. And all students increased from 26.6 to 30.7 increase, 30.7%. This is in English language course. The next slide shows you the math results disaggregated by ethnicity. The Native American students increased by 3.4% from 11.1 to 14.5%. Our Caucasian students decreased by 6% from 36.9 to 30.9. Our Hispanic students decreased by 3.9% from 21.9 to 18%. And overall, the district decreased from 19% to 18.2%. That's
0.8.
So that shows you the reason behind draft one, where it shows increases, but the overall shows a decrease. Because of Hispanic and Caucasian population.
Okay.
I'm looking at the advanced. Yeah, the blue, but we don't have any blue on the other ones. Is that from a different ethnic group or?
Blues is where they really are scoring high.
Yeah.
Yes.
And they aren't, green is good.
Green is good, blue is excellent.
I'm just looking at green.
Alright,
Is there another group that we're not considered here that attests to the larger blue? Because I don't see blue in any of the American Indian, Caucasian, or Hispanic, just a little Hispanic.
There's just the real, there's eight students, I can name them myself, I'm just kidding you. And 13, 12, 17, yeah.
yeah, so if you look at the blue for 2023, there's only two unaccounted. So 13, 17, that's 30 plus 15 will be 45. The total for the last column right there is 47. So only two, maybe Asian. So
This is the basis for Yazzie Martinez throughout the state of New Mexico. The state of New Mexico has had those same patterns for a long time. And so what we need to recognize that it is a system-wide and also a statewide phenomenon that needs to be addressed. Let's go to the next one.
sorry about that. So this is science readiness. Native American students increased by 4% from 16.6 to 20.6. Caucasian students decreased by 6% or 7.3% to 41.3%. Hispanic students increased by 0.6%. That's from 28.7 to 29.3. And overall, we had a slight increase from 24.7 to 27%. That's 2.3%. For all students.
Okay,
So the next few slides will show you the at-risk students. So we have, the first one will be our economically disadvantaged students. So this is for the three core subjects, ELA, math, and science. So economically disadvantaged students for ELA increased from 21.7 to 24.9. And from the previous graphs, you The previous graph showed you all students increased in ELA as well. So it's the same trend.
You notice the large population
Economically disadvantaged.
in this category. Cibola County does not have a lot of wealthy families, right? It means we have a lot of families who are having difficulty in making ends meet. We know that, seen it within our own families, our neighbors. It's tough in this day and age. You try to provide resources for your kids, give them the right experiences for their kids. We provide meals. We try to give them more meals. Meals are important. Our kids come to school each day. Are they hungry? Are they going to be hungry this weekend? Are they going to go home hungry at the end of the day? Are they going to have clothes that are going to be they'd be proud to wear it the next day? Or are they going to wear the same thing? Are they going to have the additional enriching experiences that families should be able to give them? Or are they going to be just going to Walmart and enjoying whatever they can? I see kids who take pleasure in just some very simple things. But I wish we could provide as families more. I think it really is important for us to recognize that our families need a lot of help. We've got to be very empathetic for the way things are. You got some families who are not the typical normal mom and dad families. You got some of them living with fosters, grandparents, single parents, aunties, uncles. Who's going to be home with them at the end of the day? My mom was home in the end of the day. That's not how it is today. Our moms have to work. This is a reflection of what it's like in this day and age in New Mexico and in our county. So we need to realize that the opportunities to do well in school is challenged by a pervasive economic need to support, to create good families, to enrich their lives. And not all of our families can do that. You should feel blessed if you're able to provide them more. But not all of them are going to. That's what this is reflecting. That's why the numbers are so high. It crosses all boundaries. And they need to come to school every day. Some of them don't for a lot of different reasons. Let's take a look at some of that other data.
In math, economically disadvantaged students decreased by 0.1%. All students decreased by 0.8%. So like what Dr. Rashamo said, the increases and decreases sort of mirror each other because of the large percentage of economically disadvantaged students in the district. In science, economically disadvantaged students increased by 0.5%. And all students increased by 2.3%. The next graph will show you students with disabilities as compared with all students in the district. So again, this is ELA, math and science. For ELA, our students with disabilities increased from 7.2 to 10.4%. That's a 3.2% increase. And the second set of graphs there is the same as the ones that I showed you previously. That's the district-wide result, which is also an increase. For math, students with disabilities increased by 0.1%. And all students decreased by 0.8%. For science, the proficiencies for students with disabilities decreased by 1.4%, while all students increased by 2.3%. The next will be our English learners. For English language arts, their proficiency increased from 11.1 to 13.7. That's a 3.6%, 2.6% increase. For math, their proficiencies increased from 10.1 to 14.8. That's a 4.7% increase. For science, their proficiencies increased from 12.4 to 14.8. That's a 2.4% increase. So English language learners increased in proficiency across the board.
But we're still seeing red.
Yes.
Back to that one again. Go back to that one.
Yes.
When I look at the number of students who are ELA, who are English learners, there are actually hidden English learners. That means there are students who were not assessed because they did not meet the criteria, but they probably are legitimate EL students, for one thing. You have, in 2023, I'm trying to calculate how many there are, 2,500, about 180 EL students. And that's it in the whole district. That's interesting. Because if you're English learners, if you're an English learner, that means that there is an influence of another language other than English in your background. And so the exposure to academic English is not prevalent in a lot of our students. Academic English is English that enables certain students to be proficient throughout their education because they have a greater grasp of English. But you can tell when a student is having difficulty in what they write, what the composition is all about, how they may be reluctant to explain things, to speak out loud, to comprehend certain texts. So this is an indicator that we do have a certain percent of the students whose home setting experiences languages other than English, just that they don't qualify for the assessment.
We have,
You know,
Mr. President, we as a district, we have almost 400 English language learners. What explains the almost half of that numbers that are shown here is because only grades 3 to 8 are tested. And so English language learners from K to 2 and 9 to 12.
and so this is only for which grades again?
3 to 8.
3 to 8.
What percentage? You said we have 400 language learners.
So what percent of the enrollment is in those grades,
Grade.
English learners? It's just it's just curiosity, okay? Okay,
If you add them together, it's almost
It's less than 10%.
50/50 on how many kids
Mhm.
we have.
and especially when you think about kindergarten and first grade, and when you come into school, you have to have a certain vocabulary that'll really be helpful in English. Because those of us who have taught in elementary grades, we know that a lot of kids, we spend a lot of time on vocabulary. Some kids don't need it. Some kids sure do. And so they're spending a lot of time on vocabulary when they should be spending the time on text comprehension. They're having to not comprehend a lot of the text in the stories. Interesting. Also, it affects their comprehension of academic math language, trying to comprehend math problems. And Lord knows whether they truly understand. Thank you for providing us with the information. It's the first time. I don't really create a lot of judgments. I just create a lot of questions. Let's continue on.
One comment.
Sure.
And remember now, we didn't have these tests assessed during the COVID years, right? Okay, so we're kind of, and when you look at the percentages and the low or the decreases, you present these to your staff and they come up with a plan to how to address those shortages. Because I'm pretty sure they show what dip or categories that they're low in, if it's writing, if it's reading. And so the teachers should be provided this so that they can tackle the problem areas that they are having, and come up with and I guess that's those, or you call your learning targets. You need to do BLTs to make sure that they're addressing, not just, I mean, this is good data. I've seen it before COVID hit, but I'm just wondering how we spend a lot of time doing this and how much of work goes into it by the teachers. Because this is their data. This is not our data. This is their data according to what they're teaching. And so I think that maybe we could see it like a plan as to what they're addressing, the reading shortages, reading deficiencies, obviously math deficiencies. I'm wondering, like with the new CTE that's going on, whether that increases their science proficiencies or not, because there's a lot of science and math involved in that technical world. So maybe we can have a report on that the next time as to what.
Well,
our
that's
teachers
part
are
of
doing.
the strategic plan. We have goals. We have 4 goals. And those goal number 1 articulates growth targets. We might need to, and I think you already were looking at growth targets, trying to think through, do we wish to restate or be more optimistic what our goals should be, given the caliber of our staff, that they may be perfectly able to start to really push. These are COVID affected performances. Remember that. These kids are coming out of isolation and having issues.
The strategies are gonna change.
And so
They have to change.
we need to keep that in mind. We'll be looking forward to what it looks like for the coming year. That'll be exciting.
Yeah.
I think.
I agree.
This next time, can we have it a little bit more focused and
Yeah.
not have the scenes deleted?
Well, that's my fault. When I printed this off on my top-notch printer, it eliminated the bottom half.
Top
You
notch,
should look at your print
economical.
I
image
haven't
first.
convinced my wife to buy a new one, so anyway, continue.
Okay, yeah, Mr. President, you're right. Previous years, we didn't really disaggregate by at-risk students. Thanks to Jean Perez, she was able to do her magic and come up with all that. Actually, as we speak, she's disaggregating our math data by teacher. Training with principals to find out from their teachers need support
Well, that's
in that particular.
diving deep for them. I don't want to have us get that kind of data because it's just better for them to look at those things themselves and not, we look at the global picture.
Yes.
And we let you guys dig in, dive deeper into those things and then because it's special to them, they wanna look at it. Besides, it's a new batch of kids. We're gonna get a new batch of third graders or fourth graders or 10th graders. Okay, so, is there any more?
Yeah, yeah.
Two more?
Yes, 2 more slides.
I will say nothing.
Has attendance data.
Oh, well, yeah, attendance data.
Oh, yeah, and another thing she's working on is these points. So standards are important. And so she's also trying to find out which standards on the test our students did poorly on. So and that's something that our teachers can use in their PLCs to target. So attendance summary comparison. So we have 2 more graphs to show you. This is district attendance rates for 22-23, 21-22 and 22-23. As you can see from this is for district-wide and every school site of the district. As you can see, we had an increase in attendance rate from 21-22 to 22-23. And then finally, the chronic absenteeism rate. So
Go back to that. Okay? It's hard to see from back there.
and finally, as chronic absenteeism rate, by chronic absenteeism, we mean students with 10% greater, 10% or greater absence. As you can see, only 2 schools actually increased in absenteeism, that was San Rafael and Ceboleta.
Their absenteeism increase, you said?
Yes. San Rafael and Ceboleta's absenteeism rate increased. The rest decreased, including the entire.
So overall, percentage-wise, when you took a percent of overall?
Yes,
So-
the first one is overall.
So if you look at, let's just do overall, all district. Blue is 21-22. It's 40%.
To
Right.
about 30
40% of what?
of all kids.
Of all kids in the district. So 40% of our students missed 10%.
More than this year.
I thought it was 10 days or more.
No, we
It's
have
percentage.
10%.
correct?
of the
What is
number
it?
of-
Percentage.
10%?
You go into
So where did I get the 10-day absenteeism thing?
We were dreaming.
Is that the policy thing?
That was the past. That's in the back, past.
back when.
Now it's 10% of your 180 days.
So 18 days.
Okay, so that's how the policy reads, is that when we start to go out and have teacher conferences, parent-teacher conference, parent conferences with their students who are missed 10% or more?
Based on the number of days that you're in school, so if you're in school 10 days, it's a percentage of the 10 days. It could be a percentage of the number of days of school.
So,
Makes sense?
So we're seeing a better
I'm-
attendance rate in 2022, 2023.
But it also means you got a lot of kids not coming to school.
Yes.
That's all it means.
Yes.
And I think some of the teachers were telling us this before. Darren?
If you look at your red, you know, in your, on your, back to your, data.
Oh, before I would say, I grant you permission for the audience to participate.
Sorry to be jumping there,
Well,
but if
I
you
know,
look at
it's
the
too-
red On the map in ELA, these kids, it'll correlate directly with
Yes.
them. Those kids that are chronic absence, they're just not there. We can't teach them. That's where your red's coming from. You get those kids to school, your red goes away. Maybe a slice of it will be still be there, because you got kids who's gonna have trouble. But generally, your red is going to be your chronic absence. That's what we're seeing even at Blue Water is we're having heck kids are missing 20, 25 days of school. We can't teach them if they're not. Sorry.
You still have that phenomenon of Monday, Friday business? Or, yeah, or holiday thingies, yeah. Gosh, I wish we could do that, you know?
You know, you have some kids that their parents take them out to take them to Disneyland or something, but some of those parents are also really involved. They catch them up fast, but it's the Monday, Friday kids that, you know, the parent won't get out of bed. They show up at noon in their PJs to bring their kid to school. So it's huge. We fix that, our percentages go up. That's in the story, because these teachers are doing a heck of a job.
High school, mid school?
What I will say about the high schools, we don't necessarily have the Monday, Friday problem, we have more of a period attendance problem.
Oh, yes.
Because those are, you know, those are grown-up kids, those are bigger kids that they feel confident to make those decisions, whereas a little kid might not be as apt to say, I'm gonna hide from my class right now. These are kids that drive to school, so when we send them off in the morning, sometimes they just beeline straight down Mountain Road and you don't see them again, you know what I mean? Until it's time to come to homecoming or to prom or something like that. So we have more of a period attendance issue at Grants High School, especially with the students who drive. I have students that just walk straight off the campus and we're chasing them, you know what I mean, to get them back onto property. So we have more of a period attendance problem than we do like a Monday, Friday at the elementaries, because those kids are taking themselves.
Classes must be creative. High school kids are creative.
They
huh?
are so smart.
Sneaky.
This is a true story, the other day, in the old gym, we have, the curtains for the stage. And we were walking around, cruising around, there were 12 little feet all wrapped in one big curtain in the new gym, and I'm like, oh my gosh, where, 1, 2, 3, 4, there were 6 kids that wrapped themselves in a curtain for a full period so that they didn't have to, and we're not talking about one teacher either, you know what I mean, we're talking about just, it's a culture that if I don't wanna go, I'm not gonna go, and I'm going to figure out a way to not go. So we have more of a period attendance problem than a daily attendance problem, because those, you know, at elementary school, it's a little heavier on the parents. At the high schools, those kids they're making their own decisions to leave and to accept the consequences.
The question I have, I look at a district attendance rate and the chronic absence rate, it's opposite.
But
What are the indicators or?
They should be.
Because we want it to go down.
one is high, one is down.
So are
And
the
it is
chronic-
better 2 years after the pandemic.
The better attendance rate, the worse,
Yes,
So better
there is.
attendance rate for those kids, Mr. President, for kids that want to come to school, but a worse attendance rate for kids that miss more of school.
So these,
And these are probably the same, probably the same kids. And they take this,
Or you wonder whether they historically have been chronically absent and are professional, experienced veteran chronic absenteeism.
so if you take care of the chronic ones, that
We got it
would,
covered.
that would increase the district attendance.
So your test scores are gonna go up. That's the end of the story, because the kids are in their seat.
Are they even there to take the tests?
Right.
Well, Dr. Ryan, I mean, test-wise, at least at Grants High School, I have found it more beneficial for testing proficiency to not tell them when we're going to administer that test, because I will have students that if they know that test is being administered on Wednesday, they will not be at school on Wednesday. So we've gotten to where we sort of trick them or just kind of keep the dates away from the public eye. And so I have seen a drastic increase in students tested. And so we have to get creative for sure, because, you know.
They'll figure it out.
But I'm happy to announce though.
You used to teach math.
Yes. for-
Tell me how you did that. Anyway, go ahead, anyway.
I'm happy to announce though, this past school year, we actually have greater than 95% of our students testing. So we were compliant with the state, because if we don't test
I remember that.
100% or more of our students.
Right, we get in trouble.
We get that letter from the SG.
Yeah. Okay.
That it, Dr. Martin?
Sir? Oh, that's it. That's it.
That was a lot, Dr. Martin. Gave us lots of food for thought. The good, the bad, and the ugly. And you ended on a good note.
Thank you for your input, all your references.
We had our leadership summit last week. We're still on presentations, we're on C.
Let me back out of this.
C.
One moment, please. Okay, go ahead.
We had our leadership summit last Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, and we were in Santa Fe. It was a great experience. We had guest speakers. We looked at our strategic plan. We looked at our departments, and we looked at our team and the teams at the schools. And so Mr. Maldonado is going to present a presentation on our leadership summit.
All right, I have 99 slides with 52 graphs to show you today. So I do want to share with you, as the superintendent said, we had our leadership summit, and the goal of the leadership summit is to bring not only the experienced veteran leaders together, but also those new leaders in the year, to share with them some operational details, to be encouraging, to try to provide a vision for the future, to really do a time where we can do team building, a time where we can communicate, and a time where we can problem solve. And that's really what we did here. So it was 3 days. We went to Santa Fe, and it was not that expensive. It's like going to Albuquerque. So just to say that. So I will tell you that on Tuesday was the executive team only the directors and Mr. Whitener. Very valuable time for us, because the first time for us to get away with him alone, sequestered in a room, we tied him down, we made him listen, we talked a lot about what our plans, and our hopes and dreams for the year and for the future. And he also was really good to share with us what his hopes and dreams are for the district. And so that was really a good time of communication. We spent a lot of time planning for the year. We spent some time reading the DSS going over the annual report, talking about new positions for substitutes. And then we also had a really good discussion with people who provide synergy. You may know, I'm just going to be honest with you, Synergy's not working 100%, it's not where we want it to be, so we reached out to Synergy and said, hey, we need your help, we need you to come and help us. Can you do that? Can you provide additional training for us? Can you listen to the end users and provide some solutions? Can you look at our infrastructure and Synergy, recommend any changes, tell us where best practices are, and then help us lead that into the future? So they did that. They really responded well. We had, I think, 1 or 4 or so Zoom meetings with them at that time, and put together a work plan that's going to be implemented on the 8th and 9th of August in a week or so. So that's really good. We also talked a lot about culture and expectations. And I never heard of these books before, but Mr. Whitener shared 2 books the places you'll go, no, it was
Giving tree, the giving tree.
The Giving Tree, yeah, which I'd never heard before. I was a shelter kid, I didn't read, Dr. Seuss, I didn't know any of that. Anyway, it was really good, but the takeaway was really asking us, what are you as leaders going to bring and give to the district? And then what are your gifts and how are you going to present those and really manifest those? And then asking each other, what can you take from each other in that teamwork? So it's really good, I felt it valuable. No one fell asleep, so it was really a good conversation. And that was really good. Wednesday, we invited all of the district leaders to come up, the principals, the assistant principals, directors, coordinators. We all got together. It was really nice because on Tuesday night when they checked in, TLC Plumbing hosted a great reception for us at the La Fonda Hotel in the Plaza. It was very nice. They paid for all of that. And then we also, on Wednesday, had a session where we talked about the Giving Tree and what it's like to work in teams, really as a bigger group coming together to talk and strategize and also to either, I don't want to say commiserate, but to share some of the frustrations that they have with leading their teams in schools. And I thought it was really good because not only did they share what was frustrating, they also shared some solutions. And after all, that was the biggest takeaway from it. And then we put them to work. We sat down in the afternoon, brought up the strategic plan, erased some of the columns of who's responsible, and had them go line by line by line, updating that strategic plan with the intent that we wanted to get buy-in. This is not a strategic plan solely from the board or from the executive team. It really had to be pushed down into everyone who had to buy into that and provide some input and also learn from that strategic plan. So we will update that in a future board meeting so you can see the work that they did. It was a very good discussion, I think. We also had some team building events. That evening, ESS staffing treated us to a dinner and a flamenco show in Santa Fe. I challenged Mr. Whitener to emulate flamenco, and he failed miserably. But it was a great time for us to get together and really have an opportunity for us to meet with our partners and then provide some relief and refreshments. Now, on Thursday, we got together and we brought in Rick Ramirez, who's a well-known speaker and motivator and leader in education, and talked about putting the fund back into professional development. We also looked at what it was like to celebrate and cheer each other on as leaders. So it's very easy to get demoralized about the amount of criticism that leaders get. I get it, you get it, they get it. It's really easy to walk home and say, I don't know if I want to do this anymore. We really need to lean on each other and celebrate each other and learn to cheer each other on. So we played a game. It was called Celebrity Rock, Paper, Scissors. And what it was we all had the teams on our tables, and we had to play rock, paper, scissors with the person next to us. Whoever lost that had to then go to the next person who won that round, on and on. The person who lost had to be a cheerleader as if they were their celebrity. You know, I'm cheering on Brad Pitt or whatever the people are, whatever the celebrity, they're just rowdy cheerleaders, and then on it went until we had two left over, Mr. Jaramillo and Dr. Martin. I'm going to show you the result of that. I'm hoping the sound is on, so you can see. It better be on. No, hang on. Share sound. Share sound, yes. And that is under more, right? Not okay.
He's hiding, Maria.
Share sound, okay.
Because he lost.
Here, we played the celebrity. It's not happening, guys. Why is that? Cheering Delton, Delton, Delton. So cheer him on for 10 seconds.
There you go.
The great takeaway from this, as much as it seemed to be fun and sort of out of the box, it really brought everyone together to see each other rally with each other, and cheering on the champion in second place, whatever. But it was really important because the takeaway was, these are my team members. These are the folks who I need to lean on when things get rough. So the other takeaway we had was we wanted to put in place for the leaders, it's called a Edu Champion. And Rick Ramirez, this guy, the speaker, you'll see him, he was a championship boxer, and so he wears a boxing, what do they call it, belt, or what is it?
Champion belt.
Champion belt, big old whatever. So he made one for us to recognize each other as we go, every month, every other month, however we want to do that. And we selected our first Edu Champion and amongst that team. And again, the idea is to be able to recognize people for their accomplishments and to promote camaraderie and to promote the spirit of working together so that we can accomplish things together. So here we go, I'm gonna put the sound back on.
I decided, why don't I make y'all your very own custom-made Edu Champion belt for the district? A belt that can be passed on from one person to another every month. And then it starts to buzz. And then Reyes gets to explain why he's a champion and what it means to be a champion. So I made y'all your very own belt.
Our first champion award goes to a person who has stepped into a new role this year. This person has exemplified accepting this role with grace and humility. This person has already demonstrated the ability to work with colleagues and to do so with a great attitude and in the spirit of helpfulness and kindness. Today's recipient is truly a champion in this new role and has set the bar for others to follow as we can continue to work on the behalf of our staff and students. Congratulations to Nicole Stevens.
It feels so amazing. I think I was so shocked, but I feel very, very happy and very thankful, and it's the whole team, everybody. I work for a really, really great team, and so it felt amazing. It felt amazing to just be recognized.
So that was our leadership retreat. In a nutshell, again, we do it every year as a way to promote leadership and training. And I think I'll speak for the rest, I'll speak for myself. It was a very rewarding time to get together. It was a refreshing time, even though we were out late and up early again. It was a refreshing time for us.
Excellent. Your PowerPoints are really improving on substantial. You're starting to match others. You're doing better and better. Love it. Next on the agenda, let's see where we're at.
We're at the
action items. Am I correct?
Yes, sir.
Hold on.
Wait a minute, I'm sorry, can I interrupt for 1
Please.
second? This is Simeon Murphy and Carol Burnett, that's the real name, Carol Burnett. They're
What?
with SFE, Partners in Food Service. Simeon was part of our leadership retreat over the weekend, not over the week last week. It was wonderful to have them there. They provided a dinner for you this evening as an example of what you'll see the students receiving moving forward, starting the first day of school. And I'll let them talk a little bit about the lunch options in elementary and high school and where we can see going from there briefly. And so, good for you.
Absolutely, yeah. I'll keep it brief because I know we're running on time. Well, my name is Simeon Murphy. Thank you, Steve, for the introduction. I'm part of SFE's regional operations team. This is the lovely Carol Burnett. She'll be your guys' on-site general manager. Sean Yanosha was here earlier. He'll be your guys' on-site district chef. So they'll be here 24/7 providing all the meals, lunches, caterings, athletic events, anything that is food related that GCCS students need, we'll be providing. We're thrilled to be kind of revamping our cafeterias. We're really happy to be a part of what we're gonna be doing this year. At the elementary level, you'll see students now going from one option where they didn't really have an option to 3 entree options, a full salad bar, every single day, plus a hot vegetable. So students are now gonna get the option to decide what they want at lunch every day. And that's at every K-6 school across the district. It's gonna be the same menu, same options for any child in any grade across all of our elementary schools. Our middle school through high school, we're gonna be starting on the same menu. It'll be 5 entree options, plus salad bars and finishing bars. When I say finishing bars, I like to imagine, a good example is like our flaming grill entree. So if you have a burger on the menu, your finishing bar will be sliced onions, sliced tomatoes, pickles, lettuce, things like that. So it'll be just something for students to add that flavor and that touch that makes it a little more fresh and fabulous for their lunch. With that being said, we're just thrilled to be a part of Grand Cebolla County and happy to get started.
Thank you very much.
Awesome, thank you guys.
Yes, fantastic. Thank you. Very good. Thank you, Carol.
Burnett.
Yeah. Mr. Pettit, Mr. Pettit, I apologize.
Old
Mr.
habits.
Wagner.
Done it for a long time, so yes.
We're moving on to the action items. The first action item is the consideration of approval to purchase a new activity bus in the amount of $197,048.25. I do recommend that we approve this.
Summarize, quick.
So this would be what we had normally have 4 activity buses in operation, 2 of them are busted. And so we have 2 now, the new one. This will be a 3rd one that we're adding, we're buying this.
So it's actually our 4th. So we have the 2 new ones, we have an existing one, and then this will be our 4th. Sorry, Steve.
The 3rd one don't look so good.
So, the 3rd one is only 2 years old, so yes, we normally operate 4 activity buses, so if there's an elementary school that needs something, this will just be a plain yellow activity bus with storage underneath. It won't be wrapped. The lead time on them is atrocious, it's 8 to 12 months, so.
Okay.
So yeah, it's just beefing up our fleet of activity buses.
Recommendation?
I recommend to approve this.
One question, did we go out for bids for this or no? You just one that.
This is a state pricing vendor, so.
Mr. President, so we used to have 2 blue buses or a blue and a red bus, right? And you tell me that those don't work anymore, or one is working, and what's going on with those?
So those 2 buses, the one that we had that was the Grants High School Pirates bus and the one that was Laguna Acoma bus, both needed significant repairs, and so we actually sold them at auction a few weeks ago. And so those, I never even saw those move until we moved them to the auction in my time here, so so we had the 2 new ones that we got, and then we had a 3rd one that we were
2
using.
brand new ones that are red and blue.
That have the wrap that's
Yes.
front to back, yes, sir.
And so we have another one that was on in the fleet?
In the fleet, and it's just a yellow activity
Obviously,
bus.
activity bus, okay, so I was getting at, like, did we buy 5 that we did not worry about? Okay, I got it now, it's just a regular Bluebird bus.
Yes, sir.
International.
International.
Okay.
Yes.
So to fix those 2 activity buses that you're saying are no good, were the repairs greater than the $197,000 that you're asking for this new bus?
No, they weren't, but they were also close, they were close to the end of life on them. They were 15 years old already. They had several 100,000 miles on them. So to put any more money into them would have been putting a Band-Aid on them, so. One of them had a bad cylinder, so it would lose power. The other one had no AC.
Any other?
I'm sure you got nothing in option for them.
We got 1,200 for one of them and 1,300 for the other.
Kind of off our lot, just the cost of the tires.
If we were to trade those buses in, that's what we would get $1,200 for it.
A 15-year-old unit with hundreds of thousand miles and a diesel is I have trucks like that.
Motion?
Is there a motion?
I entertain a motion.
I'll move to approve the purchase of the new activity bus in the amount of $197,48.25.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
To approve a new activity bus in the amount of $197,048.25 as presented. Debate and last minute. Seeing none. Roll call.
Dr. Garashambo,
Yes.
Emily Hunt Daly,
Yes.
Robert Case,
Yes.
Richard Jones,
Aye.
John Ortiz.
Yes.
Now, this bus will be available both sides.
For the entire district.
Motion carries. Consent agenda. Is there a motion? Yeah, just give me a sec. I get to, okay. Consent agenda on homeless and the school bus initial bar. So,
Question, are we having to move money for the purchase of this bus that make a reference to the same bus we just bought?
No,
No?
these are for, these are for new buses that were approved, from PED for the district to buy regular 2 from buses. So we, the initial bar, gives us the authority to spend the money.
spend money.
So, Mr. President, so PED is providing some of these funds?
Yeah, all of it.
All of it. Like that.
Okay, I know you'd love to have that.
Well, there's someone else might need to go far too.
And homeless emergency rescue fund real quick.
The homeless rescue fund, Mr. President, the homeless rescue fund is actually part of VRP. Last year, we received about $33,000 of, in that fund. Now, we were not able to spend the entire amount, and so the rest, the remaining funds is what we want to gain spending authority for our homeless population.
I'm looking at the amounts.
Something,
Yeah, so,
15,650.
This carried over.
yes, it is. In your board packet. Motion? Is there a motion? Entertain a motion?
So move to.
Bob Hayes.
The consent agenda.
Seconded by?
I'll second.
Seconded by Ron Ortiz to approve consent agenda as presented. Roll call.
Dr. Garashambo,
Yes.
Emily Hunt Daly,
Yes.
Robert Hayes,
Yes.
Richard Jones,
Motion carries.
John Ortiz.
Yes.
I need that second. Superintendent's report, roll call. No, wait a minute. No, motion carries after Ron Ortiz slowly says aye. Okay, superintendent report.
All right, so there's a few items that we're gonna talk about in the superintendent's report. Item A, the audit committee, we talked about the audit committee in our last board meeting, selected board members to volunteer for that. We currently have auditors on site, kind of going through our files and looking at our budget and where we've been. Mr. Maldonado, would you like to speak about the committee?
And so we reached out to both Laguna Pueblo and Acoma Pueblo, offering them a place on the committee. So far, Mr. Rajal Chino from Ackerman has accepted and will be on our call tomorrow. We have yet to, I reached out and got a hold of Governor Herrera, who is looking to appoint someone. They may or may not make it for tomorrow's meeting, but they'll be on, they'll apply with representation. I thought it was important to offer that, so they have representation, also offering them, also to continue on the budget committee in January. Process, so that they have firsthand knowledge and can see exactly what goes on creating the budget, provide direction. The community member will be April Cash. Again, she will join us.
Item number B, or item B, we are going to go out for a bond election in November when we have school board elections. We are going after the funds so that way we can fund the building projects that we have going on. We are looking at building a school at Blue Water. We're looking at building a school at Mesa View as well as Mount Taylor Elementary. And so they're very expensive projects. So therefore we want to go after the bonds, the bond election. We had a meeting yesterday with our finance committee. We talked about some of the promotional materials that we need to get out. We need to get to stakeholders. We need to talk about the length of term, if this passed, the impact on stakeholders. And so we're gonna definitely be working on that very hard between now and October and make sure that our people know what it's about and what the funds will go to.
The point is for the committee is to make sure that we are transparent to our stakeholders, particularly our taxpayers. And so they will develop a plan and we will then get feedback. Then it'll come before the board and we will entertain consideration of a bond election. We can or cannot. We don't have to do it unless we feel that there's sufficient merits to do that, getting the feedback from the stakeholder groups. It's a critical responsibility on our part.
So who's on the finance committee?
Ron and I. Mr. Sanchez.
Somebody looked at when you guys have to sign your resolution, what time so that you're on the ballot.
We already did that.
I just want to remind you.
Yeah. But,
you don't want the clerk to call us and say, no, you're not on the ballot.
Yeah.
We got that.
Yeah, and that was, I forgot what month it was, April?
We did it. Couple months back.
Yeah, but we still must determine whether we as a board feel that it's in best interest and have communicated adequately to our stakeholder groups that this is meritorious. And the plan will be set up and we will use, what is his name, Mr. Melendres? He will be involved with that and help us, take us through the whole steps so that he will review it with us. We expect on September 1 time when we will deliberate. Staffing report.
Ms. Salazar will talk about staffing. As I've mentioned several times, she's working very diligently to make sure that we have teachers in classrooms and custodians in buildings. And so, Ms. Salazar?
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. President, board members, and that's here tonight, and my colleagues. So I wanted to go over like a history of our staffing for the last 3 years. As you know, that's been my goal to decrease that vacancy rate. And so in July of 21, at the end of July, we had 20 classrooms that we needed to fill. And so we were in a really crisis mode at that time, and 6 classrooms with classified staff members. Last year, August 5th, which would have been 4 days after today, we had 10 classrooms that we needed to fill, and then 4 classrooms with our classified staff. So that got us to a 4% vacancy rate. Today, the vacancies that we have 10 classes that are not fully filled, and 2 classified classes that are not filled. The bright side of that, I don't like to ever see vacancies because we want those classrooms filled with our highly qualified staff to serve our students. 5 of those 10 openings, the classroom openings, are with long-term subs. And so we have 2 student teachers that should be finishing up in December. And so
Hey, I lost you guys. You still there?
3, 6.
And that interview was conducted today, so I should be receiving a recommendation. They're pretty fast, so I should be receiving a recommendation tomorrow.
I'm talking about 17 open positions.
So remember, open positions and classroom positions are separate. So we're talking about special education, we're talking about other certified staff members at those campuses. So 10 classrooms in the district.
That are not filled.
That are not filled, yes, ma'am.
More
And
information.
I'll get more information, yes, I will break that up as far as, yes, sir. I could get
Well,
that
you
to
usually do. That's why I was surprised.
Yes.
D, superintendent report.
Item D is regarding our strategic plan. As Mr. Maldonado mentioned a while ago in his summit presentation, we as a team, as a leadership team with the coordinators, the directors, the principals, the assistant principals, all really dove into the strategic plan, looking at the goals, looking at the critical actions, and talked about whose responsibility that is, which department needs to work on that, what schools need to work on that. And so I have a new version of the strategic planning tool that I'll be sharing with you. That'll also be included in my evaluation tool. And so started the work on that. We had a really great presentation on CLR teaching and how that fits into our strategic plan in our schools. We talked about special education services. We talked about our at-risk groups. We talked about our data and really met to kind of plan how we can roll that out and work towards the goals of the strategic plan this year. You have in your binders the stakeholder meeting dates. We've included that. It's got the IPAC, it's got IPP meetings, student success meetings. And so there's that information that we will be having these meetings regularly, talking about our strategic plan, talking about the goals and working to meet those goals.
Have you, excuse me, Mr. President,
Yes.
have you, as we requested to establish the meeting with tribes and I somehow we always leave out the land grant. They are part of, they should be a part of our
I have not
stakeholders.
reached out to the land grant yet. I did have a meeting with Mr. Marquez back in June, but I haven't talked about meeting with him regarding the strategic plan. I have reached out to the governor of Laguna, the governor of Acoma. I need to reach out to the departments of education for both. They have new leadership, and so I need to reach out to the new leaders at those departments. And I did send a message to the Navajo Nation leadership and have not heard back from them yet.
So you, in other words, you haven't met with any of them yet?
I haven't met with them. I've asked for meetings and told them that I would be willing to come to where they are. But I have not met with any yet.
And I did see the agenda for the IPIC. Do you have agendas already done for these stakeholder meetings?
I do not. I will work with Ms. Pascual and Ms. Martinez to make sure that we're making those meetings very relevant.
Okay, just one item that I was asked to ask for the tribe was to have an agenda prepared and then to confirm those meetings so that they don't get changed, because just like us, they have a schedule too that they have to abide by, so. And then also request to continue sending them paper copies. I know we're moving to the age of no paper, but paper copies of the approved minutes and the agendas for board meetings no later than Thursday. They're getting them very late, and of course, they have their schedule all filled out. So some of them couldn't come tonight because their schedule was already done. So we need to get those out to the governor's office. And like I told Ms. Sandoval, not all of them have time to open up their emails, to go to the website and look for it. And so telling them it's on the website isn't good enough. We need them to have, they need to have actual copies because they distribute it to all their tribal representatives as well.
Thank you. I will make sure that we're doing that. Item E is the August 7th professional development. I will share that the goal for next week on the 7th is our day to come together as GCCS. We'll be having a welcome, we'll be having a breakfast, we'll have a guest speaker, and then we'll break into our workshops. Dr. Martin sent out the information on the workshops today. Would you like to talk about that?
Yes, Mr. President, members of the board, we sent out the schedule to all staff today. I know some of you are included in that email. So we have a total of 50 breakout sessions. We have 4 sessions, 2 in the morning and 2 in the afternoon, but we have a total of 50 professional development opportunities that they can choose from. And we have representatives from NMPED actually coming in to train our teachers on MLSS. They're doing 2 sessions of that in the morning, and then in the afternoon they'll be doing sessions on the SAT process and gifting. And we have a whole lineup of tools that our teachers can use in the classrooms to be more successful at teaching our students. And we purchased those virtual or the dissection tables, and so we're getting training on that as well from a doctor that will be joining us virtually, but I will be in those classrooms to facilitate those trainings as well. And we have trainings on robotics. So we have a well-rounded option of professional development opportunities for teachers to choose from.
There will be some great workshops that they can go to. The goal for Tuesday is for school sites to gather together. So if you work at Milan Elementary, if you work at Cobero, those teams will be meeting. They'll be working with their principals and their leadership to make sure that they're imparting the vision of their school year and working together to plan out what they're gonna do at those school sites. On Wednesday, through the collective bargaining agreement, we do have to give teachers a day to prepare themselves in their rooms. That's where they're doing bulletin boards, they're making, the nameplates on the desks and that kind of stuff. And so that's the plan for Wednesday. And we really want to be ready for the kids to come on Thursday. So that's the professional development plan. Student parent handbooks are still in the process of being updated. Secretarial staff is not back on duty yet. And so each site has their student parent handbook, and Lorraine is slowly collecting those from the folks that are there, but again, those administrative assistants are not on staff yet. So I will have those for you, and I will include those once we have them all. And finally, in your board packet, there is the local election candidate information. I know several of you will be running again for your positions on the board. And so Lorraine included the information there for you as to when you need to file. You need to file by Tuesday, August 29th, 2023. And I believe Lorraine's also included information on where to file.
County, at the
At the county clerk office.
At Smith's.
That's Miss.
That's this. So, and that concludes the superintendent's report for this evening.
Did you miss item G, Mr. Superintendent?
Item G, I talked about, I mixed it in with the strategic plan, and that's this meeting schedule.
Let's go back to D. You're to report on progress made to date to the district, to the board. Discuss existing and proposed plans to make improvements or changes to the plan, including anticipated consultation with stakeholder groups. Discussion of timetable for specific monitoring reports being provided to the board and stakeholder groups throughout the school year. Right now, we have 4 goals. We have specific action plans. I looked at the strategic plan before it came to make sure I remembered all that is there. And the expectation of the board is that you're going to continue, we will continue with the plan. And we have to now figure out, today is the 1st, next meeting's the 15th. And then the next one is September 1. So you're gonna have to figure out how you're gonna do that.
With stakeholder groups.
Well, just basically get back to us and to report on what's gonna happen for this coming year. It's a major project. It requires all of your key people, your principals, your central office staff to do that. How the board is going to monitor that, we will need to discuss. We need to make sure that we participate in making it happen in a more diligent way than we have. So that means that we need to explore how we will engage ourselves with that, and that also was in our discussions with you on your evaluation, all that stuff. So keep in mind, that's really important to the board, and the data is integral to the report to the board, because the data tells us what progress we made on the academic goals. So how do we as a district incorporate the new data into how did things go? What worked? What didn't work? What do we need to do for the coming year to achieve those goals? And how will we monitor those goals, the progress we've made at the board level, at the district level, and at the central office level, and also at each site? We all need to participate in managing the implementation and the reporting of that. And that will be a bit more of involvement by the board to make sure that we hit some of these real important areas. We just mentioned some. Chronic absenteeism. I think you can see that we would want some creative things to be done with those groups that have that maybe need more support at different schools and also with individual students. So I think we would need to discuss a little bit more about that. When you talk about consultation with stakeholder groups, it's basically a reflection of how we generated the original strategic plan in the first place. We had reached out to our stakeholder groups, and we need to continue to do so that they know what this plan is about. I remember going to the tribes and saying, this is what we drive ourselves with, the plan. And if we're going to be critiqued, evaluated, we need to be critiqued and evaluated by the strategic plan and by progress. So we ultimately need to generate a very meaningful report on what progress we made. And it needs to be not oral, but it needs to be written in terms of areas. When I visualize the 4 categories, you have the action plans for each one. It identifies persons responsible, but we need to be able to see what progress we've made in each one of those. And so those statements need to be provided to us. And so I guess you can envision, I'm just visualizing the strategic plan, how it's laid out. It's got columns, so there has to be a column that says, this is what we got done. This is the one that needs improvement. Some way even to color code it, where I think they actually color coded in the years gone by, where you actually identify in some fashion which ones need emphasis. And that would be really helpful, because then we can feel we're a part of the game. That's what I think. So I think you need to probably talk with me in the next few days to figure out how you want to get that organized and incorporate the kinds of data that was presented today. The schools may have their own data that they want to include. Some schools may feel that they got strengths in one area and weaknesses other. It'll vary. High school says they got kids in the auditorium and wrapping themselves around. We need to figure out how to unwrap those kids. They're smarter than,
Little tag you put on your phone.
we should put those little taggy things for, yeah, on all the kids.
You see the cluster in one
Miss
spot.
Vice President Daly?
One question, you mentioned something about strategic plan tool. Can you expand
That's
on
what they were
that?
working on, right?
Yes,
What is it?
that was a tool that was created last fall. It was rolled out, we talked about it at our mid-year summit. It's very similar to my evaluation tool, where you look at the critical action. If something is assigned to human resources, you can click on that, you can see her staffing reports, and you can see the progress that she's made in that kind of things. If we talk about test data, if you look at the goals in math, you can click on there and see what the IMASA data shows for where the kids are in their assessments preparing for NMASA. So it's very much a tool that you can completely access and see those files in working time. They're uploaded to it.
So when you get through doing that, can you share that with us? Because I feel very tied to that strategic, our plan that we have to relate to the tribes, that this is what we have and this is what we're following. And then we also have to sometimes report it to the LFC in Santa Fe to make sure that the question is, do you have a strategic plan? And we can say yes, and then, but if there's all kind of new key themes going in there, we can't explain it. So before we initiate its approval, I think you need to share it with the board to see what you
Well,
have on there.
not so much sharing, we actually have to approve it.
Yeah.
This is our plan. This is what drives us. This is how we allocate resources. This is how we build the budget. So we need to make sure that there's a connectivity to what it is we say we're gonna do and how we make use of those funds. Whoever is involved with, we are all involved with the allocation of resources. We have the issue of equity. How do we allocate things? Please look at the, Mr. Whitehead, please look at the front pages of the strategic plan that describes a lot of important policy positions, so to speak, that we approve. It's not so much just the 4 goal areas, but you need to look at the front part that describes the efforts on the part of the district to implement the district learning plan, what that means and what it entails. It also describes how we're to truly implement what is called equity for all. How do we do that? And it basically states how we can distribute our resources and our efforts to those students who are in greater need. That's the equity part. If you got more need, then you're going to need more help. So we need to know how we do that. And it lays that out in the strategic plan. And so when we are making decisions on the budget, making decisions upon resources, staffing in schools, we want to get those teachers trained up, professional development, All those things are connected for us. And this, the only thing that we can go by as a board is a plan, a vision, 4 goals for 2 more years to do that. And we need to advance that through the administration. And so be looking forward to discussing how we can do that in a meaningful, effective way that is measurable and is system-wide. So.
Years ago, we spent long hours developing that strategic plan. I don't remember how many board retreats we had putting it together. And so, like he says, we take ownership in that, and we need to make sure that we can address it when somebody asks a question, you know, well, this is, you're doing this, is that part of your strategic plan? And so we just need to let you know that we take, it's a living and breathing document for us. And we're gonna make changes, and we're going to stay steadfast in some of the things, goals that we set for ourselves.
And there'll be new things that you're thinking about. So we need
And I'll make sure and share with you the tool from last year. I believe that was probably shared, but I'll make sure you have it. And then I'll make sure and share the new one too.
Yeah, well, let's envision continuous reporting to the board throughout the year, not just twice a year. But we need to think through how best we can get critical, timely information more frequently. So we have 2 board meetings a month. Is there a place on the board agenda that we can insert that that enables the board to receive information? It may not always have to be a full-blown report. It could be an update on progress, so to speak, so that we know.
So we can answer the question.
Yeah, because that's critical. Thank you.
Thank you.
We are now, the student parent handbook. That's actually a very legal document. It's a document that if it's not adequately, correctly, properly developed, can cause legal problems for the district. We have to be able to say to parents that we have a record of you, your family, your student, your family getting a copy of that. Because we don't want to have a parent saying we never saw it. And they have said that. Never saw that. So impress upon the principals and teachers.
And I can have those. I can have those for the next.
But you already knew that.
Yes.
You know, because especially at high school, you always have to live and die by that stuff. You know, it's just that sometimes parents get upset because they got to sign off on a lot of them because they got a lot of kids. Okay, that concludes that section. I appreciate the time that it's taken. It's a long meeting, but there's a lot to be done with new administration, and I think as we go along, we'll probably not be as lengthy. Yes. I appreciate you all having participated, those of you who did give us the information. Let's go to executive session.
Mr. President, we just want to, in the last debacle we had, just item 10 is the only one we need to worry about in executive session. We don't do 11 and 12 and 13 and 14 and on down.
Wait a minute, let me make sure I've got.
We did the last time we were here forever. Then we came up, we did it again.
That's what Mr. Weiner and our trainer were gonna do it. We talked about that
We're gonna keep it short.
early.
Not worry about short, this one, what needs to be this, we don't have to do it again.
Yeah, that's our intention. Yeah, but we must do the rest of the agenda after the restructuring. Okay?
Yes.
Okay, so, but what you're saying, let's be more efficient with our
Which
time.
pieces in the executive session
Yes.
Are we gonna talk about 10, 11, and 12, or just 10,
just
11,
10.
or which one, or just 10?
We're going to talk about what it says in the executive session.
Okay.
That's it.
That's what I wanted.
Right, we're gonna start from the beginning and work our way through. Yeah, and we kind of,
We're here forever. Yes, we are.
we're profound.
There, yeah, profound.
Profane.
Go to executive session.
We are now to the section about limited, about that, and let me get my sheet here. The limited executive session, the limited personnel matters to receive a personnel report on organizational changes made regarding personnel, the rationale from superintendent on changes made and possible further changes to organizational structure, termination of professional development consultant and shifting professional development duties to other organizational positions, discussion of the acquisition of a building for school district use pursuant to section 1015-1H8 of the Open Meetings Act, discussion with the school district attorney to advise on related effects and organization changes about personnel, board relations, provision of new job descriptions, the acquisition of property under statute and emergency powers to approve procurements under the procurement code as pending or threatened litigation pursuant to section 1015-1H7 of the Open Meetings Act under the client privilege in anticipation of and to prevent further litigation. No action will be taken, and only the items herein will be discussed. Is there a motion to approve going into executive session? Been moved to go into executive session. Is there a second?
1 second.
Ron Ortiz to go into the executive session for the purposes as described in the item limited personnel matters, et cetera, to the, and I need a
Dr. Guyer Campbell,
yes.
Alan Monday,
Yes.
Robert Hayes,
Yes.
Richard Jones,
Aye.
Ron Ortiz,
Yes.
We are now in executive session. Thank you very much for those who are here. Let's take a break, about 5 minutes or so to do things.
yeah.
Are you under the cooler?
Yeah, under this.
I was gonna say, I'm frozen.
Nice. Come on, switch seats now. Run to the early air, being pummeled by the air conditioner.
Me and Dr. Guy are right under.
I'll hang out. Call me in.
She's my younger senior version. So
I could not tell you.
I know this is going to be something. Let me tell you it's going to be. So it's a compliment for me, but I'm just really older for her. So.
Feel.
I'm gonna show you.
Sanchez, how are you, sir? You doing all right? You had a long day.
I was started up.
Yeah, bless your heart.
Yeah, we are. Oh, so you can check it out.
How's it going?
So one day, we were in the
so far, so,
same
all right.
outfit.
You got it.
Black dress and a
All
pants
right.
skirt.
Yeah, that's just today.
All right, so we're good to leave out of this one.
Who printed
It's
it
a
out?
compliment for me.
Who printed it out?
Actually,
Well, I swear I printed up when you sent me, you said sorry. There was.
certain stuff is gonna change it over here too.
No, it shouldn't.
Cause that was pretty weird how the mic just dropped out of it. We had to switch it between a couple of settings and then it came back.
That's odd, yeah.
So.
So when I,
Yeah, you're good to leave that.
I'll leave out of this one and then we'll do, Sound check when I start.
All right, testing audio. Can you hear me?
Yep.
All right, and I can hear you. And how about from you there, Lorraine?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
We're ready.
Entertain a motion to reconvene into open session.
Second.
Motion made by Bob Hayes, is there a second? Seconded by Emily Hunt Daly to reconvene into open session as requested. Roll call,
Dr. Guyer Shambo,
yes.
Emily Hunt Daly,
Yes.
Robert Hayes.
Yes.
Richard Jones,
Aye.
Ron Ortiz,
Yes.
Motion carries. Board return back to at 10:57. Let's stay another half an hour break. The board reconvene at 10:56 PM. The matters discussed in the closed meeting were limited only to those specified in the motion for closure. This statement shall be included in the approval of the minutes. I entertain a motion on what number is it?
10.
Well, I entertain a motion, and I've written it,
okay.
so you'll get it.
He's typed it.
It replaces the motion that is in the agenda. Entertain a motion to, number one, approve the expansion of the human resources by adding human generalist 2 and human generalist 3 with coordinated pay only for that position of 3. 2, part 2, and approve the elimination of the 2 directors. 3, require a list of responsibilities for the new organization structure with emphasis on federal programs, diversity, inclusion, equity, and Indian education. Responsibilities that emphasize district curriculum development, implementation, and evaluation, attendance, and absenteeism. Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
So moved by Emily Hunt Daly. Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second.
Seconded by Ron Ortiz to approve the motion that I stated. Is there debate? Any rules? Okay, call for the question. Roll call vote, please.
Dr. Guyer Shambo,
Yes.
Emily Hunt Daly,
Yes.
Robert Hayes,
Yes.
Richard Jones,
Aye.
Ron Ortiz.
Yes.
And with the understandings that this is the emphasis, this would mean the only emphasis. Okay. I entertain a motion to ratify procurement of temporary remedies to mitigate failure of cooling system.
So moved.
So moved by Bob Hayes. Seconded by
I'll second.
Ron Ortiz to approval ratification of the emergency procurement of temporary remedies to mitigate failure of cooling system. Debate? Seeing none, roll call.
Dr. Guyer Shambo,
Yes.
Emily Hunt Daly,
Yes.
Robert Hayes.
Yes.
Richard Jones,
Aye.
Ron Ortiz.
Yes.
Mr. Sanchez and Richard, we don't intend on taking action on a motion of termination of contract for the academic consultant.
We understand, to the board's, understands that the contract simply lapsed.
What I'm saying is, do we entertain a motion and just let it?
I would say yes, entertain a motion to allow the academic consultant's contract to lapse.
And we are not going to act on it. Okay. Entertain a motion to reject the non-renewal or termination of the contract for the academic consultant.
I'll move to let it lapse as it has.
My second.
That's good.
Motion has been made to allow the lapsing of the contract. Debate? Seeing none, roll call.
Dr. Guyer Shambo,
Yes.
Emily Hunt Daly,
Yes.
Robert Hayes,
Yes.
Richard Jones,
Aye.
Ron Ortiz.
Yes.
Motion carries. Announcements. New employee orientation, well, anything else there? We want to read these off to us, Mr. Widener?
I think that's good. We'll go over the announcements. I would like you all to consider maybe having a board retreat on August 29th. We don't have a meeting that day. And so something to consider. We can talk about that at the next meeting. Announcements, August 4th, we have new employee orientation. That'll be at Laguna Acoma Junior and High School. August 10th, we have fall classes beginning. August 14th, we have pre-K classes beginning. August 15th, we have our regular school board meeting. We'll be back then. And there's no school on September 4th because of the Labor Day holiday. That's all.
Time for that board retreat, morning, afternoon, or all day?
We could make a day of it if you guys want to.
Thank you, Mr. Sanchez. We've tried valiantly. Lorraine has worked hard to try to get us to do a retreat. And I don't know whether she believes we can pull it off.
I have faith in you guys.
So in other words, we better do it this time. So let's see if we can do the 29th, but we need to come up with an agenda. So if you got some thoughts on what you would like to have discussed in that retreat, it could be our form of bonding too, but it also could involve certain issues that we think will be of importance for this coming year.
The board retreat here or somewhere else?
To be named, but probably not too far away, probably here. Just kidding. I don't know. It's something we can discuss. It has to be someplace.
Yeah.
Do Sky City or Dancing Eagle.
We could.
Kind of rub them a little bit with our service.
Okay, future agenda items. Let me and or Mr. Wagner know. Adjournment, is there a motion?
Mr. President, just one thing. Mr. Whiter, I'm hoping that, I hate to bring this up, that AEDs are at all practices and games with the training staff and what have you. Recently, we had LeBron James's son have a cardiac arrest, and another student somewhere in the nation has had one 2 weeks thereafter. And I've been told that a child every day has a cardiac arrest somewhere in this nation. I'm hoping that all our staff is having these AEDs, and if I got the one in here, I was gonna grab it, but his vision alarm on it, so I didn't want to scare everybody, because I'm hoping that we all know that it's a easy thing to use. You break it out, you look at the pictographs, you put them on somebody and you hit a button.
Do we have one of those?
Please call 911.
Aren't we supposed to have emergency personnel at every athletic event? Yeah.
And I'm working on having my crew at every home game.
As far as I know, ADs are always required to be at every game, athletic event.
And administrators.
Yeah.
Well, I'm just hoping how they inspected, do the pads work, are the batteries competent? There's not just that thing you bring in and stick in the box.
Okay,
And then that thing's gonna go.
thank you.
So,
Appreciate that.
Thank you.
Mr. Hayes, recommend to adjourn, motion? Moved by Emily and Daley, seconded by?
Second.
Please to adjourn the meeting. Roll call.
Dr. Guyer Shambo,
Yes.
Emily Hunt Daly. Yes. Robert
Yes.
Hayes, Richard Jones,
Aye.
Ron Ortiz.
Yes.
Motion carries. Meeting adjourned at 11:05.
Take you up on that bed, you don't even.
You. Something without onions, huh?
Yeah, man. I'm gonna take my food for this is- Good night, everybody.
At one point, we went to eat extra sandwiches and there weren't any.
Yeah.
I didn't get mine.
You're coming in at 3 tomorrow?
You're walking out with me?
Yes, I'm not leaving you.
Don't leave, it's dark out there. I'll fix the,
Okay.
on the other sheet.
Did you want my phone or do you want to get my phone first, new phone first, and then turn it in?
I just drop my phone off at IT,
Okay.
we will instead, I don't know anymore. I never use it.
Mine when it didn't work today, everybody's trying to call me.
My mom said we're gonna, it won't come on, it won't charge in 1 minute, so I'm like,
Yeah, if you, do you have it with you, Miss Dady?
Yeah.
I can give it to Scott, and then I can have him,
But every time I tried to call, it said, this phone cannot be connected. Wait, I have a message.
oh,
Probably Lori's saying, hurry up. Come on. Yeah, I was like, did I call it? We'll be waiting outside.
there you go. Well said.
Do I know my husband? Do I know my husband?
Any thought?
Is that it?
You need to get a screen, I think, a little shattered.
Well, this, yes, it was
Don't you have a-
busted,
do I
they
have a
showed,
board laptop?
it's too small.
They talked about getting you guys bigger ones, the bigger screens.
I really, that's old guys.
See you tomorrow. No, you coming in the afternoon?
3 o'clock, yeah.
Yeah, no, I'll be gone.
Yes. Well, something happens.
Where do we meet tomorrow?
So right here.
Yeah, somebody will be here. I have to take my husband to the airport, so,
Okay.
yeah.
What room do we meet in?
Probably in that little one next to my office. Bye, Richard.
Is he still there?
I think so.
He's gone.
Okay, I just sent you the motion.
Okay.
Come on, guy, go home.